se lleva... Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera.
Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Hay muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. O si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado.
En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa.
Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera.
Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado.
En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue una reacción muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales.
Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza, se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera! Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza, se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera! Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí. Ahí está José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera! Pues ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito. No tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas. Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí. Ahí está José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera!
Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. O si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. O si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. O si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. O si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado.
En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa.
Servicio de habitaciones. ¡Buah! Benditos 16.
Aceptar que tu hijo se hace mayor es ser valiente. Disfrútalo. En Allianz Hogar gestionamos tus reparaciones urgentes en menos de 3 horas. Allianz. Y a vivir.
El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. No. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. No. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. No. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. Nope.
Is everybody panicking, trying to help? Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy f***. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking, trying to help? Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Dude, they just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking, trying to help? Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy f***. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking, trying to help? Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy f***. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los miloguistas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los miloguistas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los miloguistas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los miloguistas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural.
Get
Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya está, ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito. No tengáis dudas, no tengáis dudas. Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí. Ahí está José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera!
Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado.
En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa. Ahora mismo está a 30 puntos, pero que sacó sus mejores armas en un sorprendente duelo con Maverick Viñales. También escucharemos a Peco, a ver si se resurge, porque ahora mismo Márquez parece que come aparte. Y lo dicho, llegaba en este circuito Alex Márquez como el líder. Primero toque con su hermano Marc y luego con Di Gianantonio. Aún así, vivo en el campeonato, hizo long lap, pero acabó en una muy meritoria 7ª posición. En cuanto a las categorías inferiores, enseguida llegamos, pero queríamos ver esta caída de Jorge Martín a 8 vueltas del final, saliendo de la curva 13. Enseguida conectamos con el circuito porque sigue en el centro médico el campeón del mundo en una reaparición muy dolorosa.
servicio de habitaciones. ¡Buah! Benditos 16.
Aceptar que tu hijo se hace mayor es ser valiente. Disfrútalo. En Allianz Hogar gestionamos tus reparaciones urgentes en menos de 3 horas. Allianz. Y a vivir.
El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. Parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. El coche se movió sin saber que el hilo se había atascado en la cerca. parecía que la grúa aplastó ese coche intencionalmente. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. Nope. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. Nope. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. Nope. La corriente era demasiado fuerte y la empujó hacia arriba. Nope.
Is everybody panicking? Try to help. Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking? Try to help. Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm okay.
This boy, great.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking? Try to help. Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm not kidding.
This boy crazy.
We can go ice fishing.
Is everybody panicking? Try to help. Damn, he's going. Oh, shit. Holy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hey. Dude. They just lost that, dude.
Your brother, that it?
I'm not kidding.
This boy crazy.
We can go ice fishing.
Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los mileuristas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los mileuristas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los mileuristas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural. Shadow tiene una faking panza. Y es que Shadow, un millonario e influencer fitness que se hizo viral por tener una secta de estafados y por criticar a los mileuristas y a los gordos, por tener una panza y por comer croissant, recientemente subió un video que alarmó a todos, ya que se puede ver a Shadow como se convirtió en lo que juró destruir, ya que se le puede ver con una panza que le está tapando sus abdominales. Pero la peor parte se lo llevó su cara, donde se le puede ver como la tiene hinchada a diferencia de antes. Esto dejó a muchas personas sorprendidas, llegando a la conclusión de que le salió mal el volumen debido a un exceso de croissants, pero otros especulan que se hinchó debido a un exceso de sustancias químicas, algo que Shadow siempre desmentía y juraba ser natural.
Ella es como una verdadera jugadora de fútbol. Su figura es realmente hermosa.
Legs down.
Ella es realmente hermosa. La chica está a punto de ahogarse, pero no olvida grabar el video. Ella es como una verdadera jugadora de fútbol. Su figura es realmente hermosa.
Legs down.
Ella es realmente hermosa. La chica está a punto de ahogarse, pero no olvida grabar el video. Ella es como una verdadera jugadora de fútbol. Su figura es realmente hermosa.
Legs down.
Ella es realmente hermosa. La chica está a punto de ahogarse, pero no olvida grabar el video. Ella es como una verdadera jugadora de fútbol. Su figura es realmente hermosa. Ella es realmente hermosa. La chica está a punto de ahogarse, pero no olvida grabar el video. Quizás la niña es demasiado pequeña y sin querer pisó ese lugar.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's
Matt.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal el video? Dejad un comentario para hacérnoslo saber. Quizás la niña es demasiado pequeña y sin querer pisó ese lugar.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's
Matt.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal el video? Dejad un comentario para hacérnoslo saber. Quizás la niña es demasiado pequeña y sin querer pisó ese lugar.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's
Matt.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal el video? Dejad un comentario para hacérnoslo saber. Quizás la niña es demasiado pequeña y sin querer pisó ese lugar.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's
Matt.
Hola a todos, ¿qué tal el video? Dejad un comentario para hacérnoslo saber.
Así que Alex, ya calentaste tus llantas esta vez. Las cosas podrían resultar diferentes. Si ese es el plan, es parte de tener llantas lisas, yo creo. Muy buena suerte, Liam, buena suerte. A ver si tienes un mejor arranque y a ver si te acercas un poco a nosotros. Gracias, amigo, gracias por ese voto de confianza, te lo agradezco. Y de nuevo, vamos. Oh, no, me ganó. Mi arranque no estuvo tan bien, hubo sobregiro. ¡Ah, no! Así que Alex, ya calentaste tus llantas esta vez. Las cosas podrían resultar diferentes. Si ese es el plan, es parte de tener llantas lisas, yo creo. Muy buena suerte, Liam, buena suerte. A ver si tienes un mejor arranque y a ver si te acercas un poco a nosotros. Gracias, amigo, gracias por ese voto de confianza, te lo agradezco. Y de nuevo, vamos. Oh, no, me ganó. Mi arranque no estuvo tan bien, hubo sobregiro. ¡Ah, no! Así que Alex, ya calentaste tus llantas esta vez. Las cosas podrían resultar diferentes. Si ese es el plan, es parte de tener llantas lisas, yo creo. Muy buena suerte, Liam, buena suerte. A ver si tienes un mejor arranque y a ver si te acercas un poco a nosotros. Gracias, amigo, gracias por ese voto de confianza, te lo agradezco. Y de nuevo, vamos. Oh, no, me ganó. Mi arranque no estuvo tan bien, hubo sobregiro. ¡Ah, no! Así que Alex, ya calentaste tus llantas esta vez. Las cosas podrían resultar diferentes. Si ese es el plan, es parte de tener llantas lisas, yo creo. Muy buena suerte, Liam, buena suerte. A ver si tienes un mejor arranque y a ver si te acercas un poco a nosotros. Gracias, amigo, gracias por ese voto de confianza, te lo agradezco. Y de nuevo, vamos. Oh, no, me ganó. Mi arranque no estuvo tan bien, hubo sobregiro. ¡Ah, no! El auto de Fórmula 1 le tomó 9.5 segundos. Y solo para que lo sepan, los 8.4 segundos es el mejor tiempo que jamás había registrado en unos arrancones Carwow. Aunque el cuarto de milla más rápido que he hecho fueron los 7.9 segundos en un McMurtry. El auto de Fórmula 1 le tomó 9.5 segundos. Y solo para que lo sepan, los 8.4 segundos es el mejor tiempo que jamás había registrado en unos arrancones Carwow. Aunque el cuarto de milla más rápido que he hecho fueron los 7.9 segundos en un McMurtry. El auto de Fórmula 1 le tomó 9.5 segundos. Y solo para que lo sepan, los 8.4 segundos es el mejor tiempo que jamás había registrado en unos arrancones Carwow. Aunque el cuarto de milla más rápido que he hecho fueron los 7.9 segundos en un McMurtry. El auto de Fórmula 1 le tomó 9.5 segundos. Y solo para que lo sepan, los 8.4 segundos es el mejor tiempo que jamás había registrado en unos arrancones Carwow. Aunque el cuarto de milla más rápido que he hecho fueron los 7.9 segundos en un McMurtry. Esta es la que lo decide, uno cada uno. Tengo que ganar esto. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Tengo un mejor arranque! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Llegará a su límite. ¿Podré llegar al cuarto de milla? ¡Ah, Alex! Ahí no tuviste un inicio tan bueno ahí, amigo. Que significa que apenas te gané. Esta es la que lo decide, uno cada uno. Tengo que ganar esto. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Tengo un mejor arranque! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Llegará a su límite. ¿Podré llegar al cuarto de milla? Alex, ahí no tuviste un inicio tan bueno ahí, amigo, que significa que apenas te gané. Esta es la que lo decide, uno cada uno. Tengo que ganar esto. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Todo mejor arranque! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Llegará a su límite. ¿Podré llegar al cuarto de milla? Alex, ahí no tuviste un inicio tan bueno ahí, amigo, que significa que apenas te gané. Esta es la que lo decide, uno cada uno. Tengo que ganar esto. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Todo mejor arranque! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Llegará a su límite. ¿Podré llegar al cuarto de milla? Alex, ahí no tuviste un inicio tan bueno ahí, amigo, que significa que apenas te gané.
Ha sido de las experiencias más bonitas que he podido tener en mi vida, ¿eh? ¡Qué pasada! Te lo juro que estoy hasta un poco emocionado, tío.
¡Dios!
¿Qué, tío?
¿Bien o no?
Bien, tío.
Lo ha hecho muy bien.
De verdad que he sido, como se dice ahora, lo puto más. Chapo. Ha sido de las experiencias más bonitas que he podido tener en mi vida, ¿eh? ¡Qué pasada! Te lo juro que estoy hasta un poco emocionado, tío.
¡Dios! ¿Qué, tío? ¿Bien o no?
Bien, tío.
Lo ha hecho muy bien.
De verdad que he sido, como se dice ahora, lo puto más. Chapo. Ha sido de las experiencias más bonitas que he podido tener en mi vida, ¿eh? Qué pasada. Te lo juro que estoy hasta un poco emocionado, tío.
¡Dios! ¿Qué, tío?
Bien, tío. Lo ha hecho muy bien.
De verdad que he sido, como se dice ahora, lo puto más. Chapó. Ha sido de las experiencias más bonitas que he podido tener en mi vida, ¿eh? Qué pasada. Te lo juro que estoy hasta un poco emocionado, tío.
¡Dios! ¿Qué, tío?
Bien, tío. Lo ha hecho muy bien.
De verdad que he sido, como se dice ahora, lo puto más.
Bueno, nos miramos, ¿no?
Sí,
¿Cuánto
claro.
¿no?
Por favor, que pase de 100, ¿eh?
187, la máxima velocidad.
Hostia.
187.
¿Qué te he dicho yo? De 150 a 200. ¿Te lo he dicho o no?
Yo pensaba que no iba a pasar de 100, ¿eh?
Bueno, como no se te ha ganado, lo has hecho bien. O sea, todo esto, todo el casco, todo esto es para ti.
No.
Sí. Todo. Hombre, no. Esto es regalo.
La
es regalo.
moto no.
Eso ya, cariño, eso ya.
La cara de ilusión y el momento de ilusión ese que no sabes ni qué decir, de no has reaccionado, eso Joaquín lo ha vivido.
Bueno, nos miramos, ¿no?
Sí,
¿Cuánto
claro.
¿no?
Por favor, que pase de 100, ¿eh?
187, la máxima velocidad.
Hostia.
187.
¿Qué te he dicho yo? De 150 a 200. ¿Te lo he dicho o no?
Yo pensaba que no iba a pasar de 100, ¿eh?
Bueno, como no se te ha ganado, lo has hecho bien. O sea, todo esto, todo el casco, todo esto es para ti.
No.
Sí. Todo. Hombre, no. Esto es regalo.
La
es regalo.
moto no.
Eso ya, cariño, eso ya.
La cara de ilusión y el momento de ilusión ese que no sabes ni qué decir, de no has reaccionado, eso Joaquín lo ha vivido.
Bueno, nos miramos, ¿no?
Sí,
¿Cuánto
claro.
¿no?
Por favor, que pase de 100, ¿eh?
187, la máxima velocidad.
Hostia.
187.
¿Qué te he dicho yo? De 150 a 200. ¿Te lo he dicho o no?
Yo pensaba que no iba a pasar de 100, ¿eh?
Bueno, como no se te ha ganado, lo has hecho bien. O sea, todo esto, todo el casco, todo esto es para ti.
No.
Sí. Todo. Hombre, no. Esto es regalo.
La
es
moto
regalo.
no.
Eso ya, cariño, eso ya.
La cara de ilusión y el momento de ilusión ese que no sabes ni qué decir, de no has reaccionado, eso Joaquín lo ha vivido.
Bueno, nos miramos, ¿no?
Sí,
¿Cuánto
claro.
¿no?
Por favor, que pase de 100, ¿eh?
187, la máxima velocidad.
Hostia.
187.
¿Qué te he dicho yo? De 150 a 200. ¿Te lo he dicho o no?
Yo pensaba que no iba a pasar de 100, ¿eh?
Bueno, como no se te ha ganado, lo has hecho bien. O sea, todo esto, todo el casco, todo esto es para ti.
No.
Sí. Todo. Hombre, no. Esto es regalo.
La
es
moto
regalo.
no.
Eso ya, cariño, eso ya.
La cara de ilusión y el momento de ilusión ese que no sabes ni qué decir, de no has reaccionado, eso Joaquín lo ha vivido.
Are you ready for your surprise? Yeah. It's time to open your eyes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Shoot. All right. There you go. I run.
How do you do that? How do you freaking do that?
Are you ready for your surprise? Yeah. It's time to open your eyes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Shoot. All right. There you go. I run.
How do you do that? How do you freaking do that?
Are you ready for your surprise? Yeah. It's time to open your eyes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Shoot. All right. There you go. I run.
How do you do that? How do you freaking do that?
Are you ready for your surprise? Yeah. It's time to open your eyes.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Shoot. All right. There you go. I run.
How do you do that? How do you freaking do that? Oh, he's gonna attack, dude. Bro, he does not give no.
Oh, he's alright. Get out of here.
Eso. Mira. Toma. Pero muchacho. Toma, toma. Toma un pedazo. Ya.
She's stoned. She's stoned.
Oh, he's gonna attack, dude. Bro, he does not give no.
Oh, he's alright. Get out of here.
Eso. Mira. Toma. Pero muchacho. Toma, toma. Toma un pedazo. Ya.
She's stoned. She's stoned.
Oh, he's gonna attack, dude. Bro, he does not give no.
Oh, he's alright. Get out of here.
Eso. Mira. Toma. Pero muchacho. Toma, toma. Toma un pedazo. Ya.
She stole. She stole.
Oh, he's gonna attack, dude. Bro, he does not give no.
Oh, he's alright. Get out of here.
Eso. Mira. Toma. Pero muchacho. Toma, toma. Toma un pedacito. Ya.
She stole. She stole.
Marquez wins. Who is going to be third? Andrea Iannone takes third place. Valentino Rossi off the podium.
It was more difficult to understand, but after when I saw the race later was very clear that he play with us.
Todo esto iba sumando y en carrera nos encontramos. Bueno, hasta que uno perdió los papeles.
He absolutely mugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14.
Sí, pero bueno, hay gente que aún dice que me tiré yo contra la moto.
Marquez wins. Who is going to be third? Andrea Iannone takes third place. Valentino Rossi off the podium.
It was more difficult to understand, but after when I saw the race later was very clear that he play with us.
Todo esto iba sumando y en carrera nos encontramos. Bueno, hasta que uno perdió los papeles.
He absolutely mugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14.
Sí, pero bueno, hay gente que aún dice que me tiré yo contra la moto.
Marquez wins. Who is going to be third? Andrea Iannone takes third place. Valentino Rossi off the podium.
It was more difficult to understand, but after when I saw the race later was very clear that he play with us.
Todo esto iba sumando y en carrera nos encontramos. Bueno, hasta que uno perdió los papeles.
He absolutely mugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14.
Sí, pero bueno, hay gente que aún dice que me tiré yo contra la moto.
Marquez wins. Who is going to be third? Andrea Iannone takes third place. Valentino Rossi off the podium.
It was more difficult to understand, but after when I saw the race later was very clear that he play with us.
Todo esto iba sumando y en carrera nos encontramos. Bueno, hasta que uno perdió los papeles.
He absolutely mugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14.
Sí, pero bueno, hay gente que aún dice que me tiré yo contra la moto.
Las fantasías del ser humano a veces parecen no tener límites. Felicity Marmaduke llevaba una vida normal. Con 38 años trabajaba en una morgue que se dedicaba a dejar limpios los cadáveres. Nadie sospechó, cuando la contrataron, que había escogido aquel trabajo por un hecho en particular, una manía que tenía ella. Su conducta sexual no era la tradicional, sino que padecía lo que se conoce como necrofilia, es decir, cuando una persona tiene sexo con cadáveres humanos. Una noche, mientras limpiaba un cuerpo, percibió que por alguna extraña razón la sangre que mantiene la erección en un pene había quedado retenida y por tal motivo se hacía visible una potente erección. Y sin pensarlo dos veces, se quitó la ropa y se puso a horcajadas encima del cadáver. Con pericia, lubricando bien el falo, se sentó encima. Tuvo sexo hasta el agotamiento, o hasta que el miembro perdió su elasticidad y terminó como su portador, bien muerto. Las semanas pasaron y el episodio lo olvidó, hasta que en un chequeo de rutina Felicity descubrió que estaba embarazada. Como sabía que no había sido otro que el cadáver con el que se había acostado, comprendió que en algún momento le habría eyaculado dentro. ¿Esto es verdad o es un bulo? Esta historia es un fake, nunca sucedió. Las fantasías del ser humano a veces parecen no tener límites. Felicity Marmaduke llevaba una vida normal. Con 38 años trabajaba en una morgue que se dedicaba a dejar limpios los cadáveres. Nadie sospechó, cuando la contrataron, que había escogido aquel trabajo por un hecho en particular, una manía que tenía ella. Su conducta sexual no era la tradicional, sino que padecía lo que se conoce como necrofilia, es decir, cuando una persona tiene sexo con cadáveres humanos. Una noche, mientras limpiaba un cuerpo, percibió que por alguna extraña razón la sangre que mantiene la erección en un pene había quedado retenida y por tal motivo se hacía visible una potente erección. Y sin pensarlo dos veces, se quitó la ropa y se puso a horcajadas encima del cadáver. Con pericia, lubricando bien el falo, se sentó encima. Tuvo sexo hasta el agotamiento, o hasta que el miembro perdió su elasticidad y terminó como su portador, bien muerto. Las semanas pasaron y el episodio lo olvidó, hasta que en un chequeo de rutina Felicity descubrió que estaba embarazada. Como sabía que no había sido otro que el cadáver con el que se había acostado, comprendió que en algún momento le habría eyaculado dentro. ¿Esto es verdad o es un bulo? Esta historia es un fake, nunca sucedió. Las fantasías del ser humano a veces parecen no tener límites. Felicity Marmaduke llevaba una vida normal. Con 38 años trabajaba en una morgue que se dedicaba a dejar limpios los cadáveres. Nadie sospechó, cuando la contrataron, que había escogido aquel trabajo por un hecho en particular, una manía que tenía ella. Su conducta sexual no era la tradicional, sino que padecía lo que se conoce como necrofilia, es decir, cuando una persona tiene sexo con cadáveres humanos. Una noche, mientras limpiaba un cuerpo, percibió que por alguna extraña razón la sangre que mantiene la erección en un pene había quedado retenida y por tal motivo se hacía visible una potente erección. Y sin pensarlo dos veces, se quitó la ropa y se puso a horcajadas encima del cadáver. Con pericia, lubricando bien el falo, se sentó encima. Tuvo sexo hasta el agotamiento, o hasta que el miembro perdió su elasticidad y terminó como su portador, bien muerto. Las semanas pasaron y el episodio lo olvidó, hasta que en un chequeo de rutina Felicity descubrió que estaba embarazada. Como sabía que no había sido otro que el cadáver con el que se había acostado, comprendió que en algún momento le habría eyaculado dentro. ¿Esto es verdad o es un bulo? Esta historia es un fake, nunca sucedió. Las fantasías del ser humano a veces parecen no tener límites. Felicity Marmaduke llevaba una vida normal. Con 38 años trabajaba en una morgue que se dedicaba a dejar limpios los cadáveres. Nadie sospechó, cuando la contrataron, que había escogido aquel trabajo por un hecho en particular, una manía que tenía ella. Su conducta sexual no era la tradicional, sino que padecía lo que se conoce como necrofilia, es decir, cuando una persona tiene sexo con cadáveres humanos. Una noche, mientras limpiaba un cuerpo, percibió que por alguna extraña razón la sangre que mantiene la erección en un pene había quedado retenida y por tal motivo se hacía visible una potente erección. Y sin pensarlo dos veces, se quitó la ropa y se puso a horcajadas encima del cadáver. Con pericia, lubricando bien el falo, se sentó encima. Tuvo sexo hasta el agotamiento, o hasta que el miembro perdió su elasticidad y terminó como su portador, bien muerto. Las semanas pasaron y el episodio lo olvidó, hasta que en un chequeo de rutina Felicity descubrió que estaba embarazada. Como sabía que no había sido otro que el cadáver con el que se había acostado, comprendió que en algún momento le habría eyaculado dentro. ¿Esto es verdad o es un bulo? Esta historia es un fake, nunca sucedió.
¿Vale? ¿Te vas? ¿Te vas de aquí? ¿O te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? Venga, no te quiero ver. ¿Camina rápido o te llevas otra? Te vas a llevar una collejita. Pírate de aquí o te vas a llevar otra. Te llevas otra calentita. Pírate de aquí, venga corriendo, venga, haciendo footing, muy bien. Me encanta dar de collejas, ¿vale? Venga, tira de aquí, no, si, o te vas o voy dando más fuerte. ¿Sí? Te aplaudo la cabeza. A casita vas, ¿verdad? ¿A que sí? Pues venga, para allá. Venga, corriendo. Ya, venga, corriendo, fast. Los dos, tira para la puta calle. Venga, tira para allá. ¡Que tires para allá! ¿Vale? Dame el mapa, que te conoces bien la ciudad, payaso. Dame el mapa. ¿Vale? ¿Te vas? ¿Te vas de aquí? ¿O te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? Venga, no te quiero ver. ¿Camina rápido o te llevas otra? Te vas a llevar una collejita. Pírate de aquí o te vas a llevar otra. Te llevas otra calentita. Pírate de aquí, venga corriendo, venga, haciendo footing, muy bien. Me encanta dar de collejas, ¿vale? Venga, tira de aquí, no, si, o te vas o voy dando más fuerte. ¿Sí? Te aplaudo la cabeza. A casita vas, ¿verdad? ¿A que sí? Pues venga, para allá. Venga, corriendo. Ya, venga, corriendo, fast. Los dos, tira para la puta calle. Venga, tira para allá. ¡Que tires para allá! ¿Vale? Dame el mapa, que te conoces bien la ciudad, payaso. Dame el mapa. ¿Vale? ¿Te vas? ¿Te vas de aquí? ¿O te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? Venga, no te quiero ver. ¿Camina rápido o te llevas otra? Te vas a llevar una collejita. Pírate de aquí o te vas a llevar otra. Te llevas otra calentita. Pírate de aquí, venga corriendo, venga, haciendo footing, muy bien. Me encanta dar de collejas, ¿vale? Venga, tira de aquí, no, si, o te vas o voy dando más fuerte. ¿Sí? Te aplaudo la cabeza. A casita vas, ¿verdad? ¿A que sí? Pues venga, para allá. Venga, corriendo. Ya, venga, corriendo, fast. Los dos, tira para la puta calle. Venga, tira para allá. ¡Que tires para allá! ¿Vale? Dame el mapa, que te conoces bien la ciudad, payaso. Dame el mapa. ¿Vale? ¿Te vas? ¿Te vas de aquí? ¿O te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? ¿Te vas o te sigo dando? Venga, no te quiero ver. ¿Camina rápido o te llevas otra? Te vas a llevar una collejita. Pírate de aquí o te vas a llevar otra. Te llevas otra calentita. Pírate de aquí, venga corriendo, venga, haciendo footing, muy bien. Me encanta dar de collejas, ¿vale? Venga, tira de aquí, no, si, o te vas o voy dando más fuerte. ¿Sí? Te aplaudo la cabeza. A casita vas, ¿verdad? ¿A que sí? Pues venga, para allá. Venga, corriendo. Ya, venga, corriendo, fast. Los dos, tira para la puta calle. Venga, tira para allá. ¡Que tires para allá! ¿Vale? Dame el mapa, que te conoces bien la ciudad, payaso. Dame el mapa.
Excuse me, can you get your hand off my computer, please? Thank you. No, sorry, that's a little bit rude, if you don't mind. Thank you.
si pasa mucho tiempo sin agente.
Estás loco con el pollo tu
Y lo terrible igual es que las bombas funcionan con electricidad.
Excuse me, can you get your hand off my computer, please? Thank you. No, sorry, that's a little bit rude, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Es que claro, si pasa mucho tiempo sin agente.
Estás loco con el pollo tu
Y lo terrible igual es que las bombas funcionan con electricidad.
Excuse me, can you get your hand off my computer, please? Thank you. No, sorry, that's a little bit rude, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Es que claro, si pasa mucho tiempo sin agente.
Estás loco con el pollo tu
Y lo terrible igual es que las bombas funcionan con electricidad.
Excuse me, can you get your hand off my computer, please? Thank you. No, sorry, that's a little bit rude, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Es que claro, si pasa mucho tiempo sin la gente...
Estás loco con el pollo tu
y lo terrible igual es que las bombas funcionan con electricidad.
What is happening here? What did I walk in on? Hi.
I don't understand.
Hi, 周一。嗨，嗨，周一。哇！我怎么跳起来了
What a chivalrous rooster. Guys, what is happening?
Are you gonna come in? Hey, come on. Really?
What is happening here? What did I walk in on? Hi.
Hi. Hi, doyi.
What a chivalrous rooster. Guys, what is happening?
Are you gonna come in? Hey, come on. Really?
What is happening here? What did I walk in on? Hi.
I don't understand.
Hi, doyi. Hi. Hi, doyi.
What a chivalrous rooster. Guys, what is happening?
Are you gonna come in? Hey, come on. Really?
What is happening here? What did I walk in on? Hi.
I don't understand.
Hi, doyi. Hi. Hi, doyi.
What a chivalrous rooster. Guys, what is happening?
Are you gonna come in? Hey, come on. Really?
No te compres el Moto G24 si...
Bla bla bla, ble ble ble, blu blu blu.
Sí. Pero, ¿qué no? Fiesta. Porque se activa. Me mandó.
Yo soy un gato muy delicado, muy limpio. Ahí va.
Quítame ese de ahí de la cara, te dije que te lo rompo.
Tienes que reírte para que manden dinero. Saludos, mi gente.
Hey, ni AP, los Roblox. ¡Ay! ¡Oh, los Roblox!
Look what I got you, look. Look. Damn! She made fucking bang!
No te compres el Moto G24 si...
Bla bla bla, ble ble ble, blu blu blu.
Sí. Pero, ¿qué esto? Esta, porque se activa. Me mandó.
Yo soy un gato muy delicado, muy limpio. Ahí va.
Quítame ese de ahí de la cara, te dije que te lo rompo.
Tienes que reírte para que manden dinero. Saludos, mi gente.
Hey, ni AP, los Roblox. ¡Ay! ¡Oh, los Roblox!
Look what I got you, look. Look. Damn! She made fucking bang!
No te compres el Moto G24 si...
Bla bla bla, ble ble ble, blu blu blu.
Sí. Pero, ¿qué esto? Esta, porque se activa. Me mandó.
Yo soy un gato muy delicado, muy limpio. Ahí va.
Quítame ese de ahí de la cara, te dije que te lo rompo.
Tienes que reírte para que manden dinero. Saludos, mi gente.
Hey, ni AP, los Roblox. ¡Ay! ¡Oh, los Roblox!
Look what I got you, look. Look. Damn! She made fucking bang!
No te compres el Moto G24 si...
Bla bla bla, ble ble ble, blu blu blu.
Sí. Pero, ¿qué esto? Esta, porque se activa. Me mandó.
Yo soy un gato muy delicado, muy limpio. Ahí va.
Quítame ese de ahí de la cara, te dije que te lo rompo.
Tienes que reírte para que manden dinero. Saludos, mi gente.
Hey, ni AP, los Roblox. ¡Ay! ¡Oh, los Roblox!
Look what I got you, look. Look. Damn! She made fucking bang!
Hola, guapos y guapas. Les presento el desafío que solo el 1% puede lograr. Si te ríes, pierdes. Las reglas son súper fáciles. No se puede ni reír ni sonreír mientras miras este video. Si lo haces, tienes que reiniciarlo. ¿Crees que lo vas a lograr? Antes de empezar, comenta: no me voy a reír.
También arreglan pantallas, güey.
Un video más para confesarle algo, mi gente. Pero escuchen bien, que se quieren cobrar, que se encojonen. Esta es una confesión que yo voy a hacer. Oigan
bien. A la 1, a las 2 y a las 3.
La hormiguita se perdió,
Me volví loco, ahora sí me volví loco. iPhone XR, Z, W, A, U, A.
Hola guapos y guapas. Les presento el desafío que solo el 1% puede lograr. Si te ríes, pierdes. Las reglas son súper fáciles. No se puede ni reír ni sonreír mientras miras este video. Si lo haces, tienes que reiniciarlo. ¿Crees que lo vas a lograr? Antes de empezar, comenta: no me voy a reír.
También arreglan pantallas, güey.
Un video más para confesarle algo, mi gente. Pero escuchen bien, que se quieren cojonar, que se encojonen. Esta es una confesión que yo voy a hacer. Oigan
a la 1, a las 2 y a las 3. La hormiguita se perdió,
Me volví loco, ahora sí me volví loco. iPhone XR, Z, W, A, U, A.
Hola guapos y guapas. Les presento el desafío que solo el 1% puede lograr. Si te ríes, pierdes. Las reglas son súper fáciles. No se puede ni reír ni sonreír mientras miras este video. Si lo haces, tienes que reiniciarlo. ¿Crees que lo vas a lograr? Antes de empezar, comenta: no me voy a reír.
También arreglan pantallas, güey.
Un video más para confesarle algo, mi gente. Pero escuchen bien, que se quieren cojonar, que se encojonen. Esta es una confesión que yo voy a hacer. Oigan
a la 1, a las 2 y a las 3. La hormiguita se perdió,
Me volví loco, ahora sí me volví loco. iPhone XR, Z, W, A, U, A.
Hola guapos y guapas. Les presento el desafío que solo el 1% puede lograr. Si te ríes, pierdes. Las reglas son súper fáciles. No se puede ni reír ni sonreír mientras miras este video. Si lo haces, tienes que reiniciarlo. ¿Crees que lo vas a lograr? Antes de empezar, comenta: no me voy a reír.
También arreglan pantallas, güey.
Un video más para confesarle algo, mi gente. Pero escuchen bien, que se quieren cojonar, que se encojonen. Esta es una confesión que yo voy a hacer. Oigan
a la 1, a las 2 y a las 3. La hormiguita se perdió,
Me volví loco, ahora sí me volví loco. iPhone XR, Z, W, A, U, A.
What in the world? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who is that? Sorry.
Right, pull the lid off. That's it. So bye-bye, butterfly. Let him out. Lift finger up, that's why he can't get out. That's it, he's free. He's free. Oh, Marvel. Marvel. You idiot. You idiot. Marvel's eating him. Marvel's just ate it.
Holy oh my god. Oh, my god.
God.
Oh my god. Callie, get it out. Ew, it's slobbering. Go.
This one's just playing with the bars.
You're in a losing battle.
What in the world?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who is that?
Sorry.
Right, pull the lid off. That's it. So bye-bye, butterfly. Let him out. Lift finger up, that's why he can't get out. That's it, he's free. He's free. Oh, Marvel. Marvel. You idiot. You idiot. Marvel's eating him. Marvel's just ate it.
Holy oh my god. Oh, my god.
My god.
Oh my god. Callie, get it out. Ew, it's slobbering. Go.
This one's just playing with the bars.
You're in a losing battle.
What in the world?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who is that?
Sorry.
Right, pull the lid off. That's it. So bye-bye, butterfly. Let him out. Lift finger up, that's why he can't get out. That's it, he's free. He's free. Oh, Marvel. Marvel. You idiot. You idiot. Marvel's eating him. Marvel's just ate it.
Holy oh my god. Oh, my god.
My god.
Oh my god. Callie, get it out. Ew, it's slobbering. Go.
you're on a losing battle.
What in the world?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who is that?
I saw it.
Right, pull the lid off. That's it. So bye-bye, butterfly. Oh. Let him out. Lift finger up, that's why he can't get out. That's it, he's free. He's free. Oh, Marvel. Marvel. You idiot. You idiot. Marvel's eaten him. Marvel's just ate it.
Holy oh my god. Oh, my god.
My god.
Oh my god. Callie, get it out. Ew, it's slobbering. Go.
This one's just playing with the bars.
You're on a losing battle. I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. You gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too. This is the worst ever. Tough terrain to walk on? Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too.
This is the worst ever.
Tough terrain to walk on?
Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too.
This is the worst ever.
Tough terrain to walk on?
Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too.
This is the worst ever.
Tough terrain to walk on?
Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
I made waffles for you and Roro, and I got the eggs. Can you be patient? Go out of the kitchen.
One possum right here. There's another one in the woods right here. About to go save him too.
This is the worst ever.
Tough terrain to walk on?
Yeah.
Out of my seat, you little thing. Move. Gotta stay on my seat. Gotta eat me a donut. You stay over there. Hear me? Get away.
Go.
My man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul. Let's go.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
Go!
One, two, three.
my man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul. Let's go.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
Go!
One, two, three.
my man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul. Let's go.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
Go!
One, two, three.
My man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
What?
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
¡No!
One, two, three.
My man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
What?
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
¡No!
One, two, three.
my man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
What?
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
¡No!
One, two, three.
my man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
What?
until you get back.
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
¡No!
One, two, three.
My man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
Oh, why didn't I take it back?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
¡No!
One, two, three.
my man on his electric scooter, please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Buckle, buckle. Yes! 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 Oh,
Oh, why didn't I take it back?
Someone help her. Somebody save her soul.
Well, here's today's qualified captain.
Games to go in the finals there in New York, and he did lose both of the games. He did get really, really nervous, Magnus. As soon as he got closer to the finishing line, he very rarely in his lifetime has let a lead slip. But that was the most recent knockout match. That was the biggest tournament in recent history for Magnus, and that one did feature the strike back. He wasn't able to hold his nerve.
Well, the good news for us, David, here is that in Paris, there are no co-champions.
Hopefully not. Unless this one goes, yeah, actually, Armageddon's
There's
enough.
no possibility, exactly.
I was going to say, they won't stop it early and just shake hands and say, let's share this thing.
Yeah. If it would go the distance, we would end with an Armageddon here at the end of the day. But first, we have to get through this classical game, then two rapid games, that is, 2 blitz games to follow, and only Armageddon if the match is still undecided at that point.
If Hikaru gets the win in this one and makes a comeback in the classical to take it to the playoffs, I'd even say that, you know, he might just be a very, very slight favorite there. Hard to bet against him, but we've seen how momentum has shifted in previous matches, right? Maxime Vacher-Lagrave getting his win on day 2. Arjun Argasi doing the same. You know, Magnus feels he's got the championship. If Hikaru can change that narrative, flip that script, I think he's got a huge shot in the tiebreakers.
Yeah, at times Magnus feels untouchable, but he's not infallible, right? And so there always will be openings to overcome him. He just doesn't give you many chances.
Yeah, even he is human. And we'll see. I do have a feeling the next half dozen moves are critical. If Magnus can completely lock it down, as James mentioned, if he's trading some pieces, if like the black bishop can come out, trade off for the knight, if somehow the rooks or queens disappear from the board, I have a feeling Magnus will be super, super safe. But if Hikaru is able to, for example, step forward, blow things open, or swing the white rook, and put some pressure here, put some pressure on the center, and keep the tension, then we have a real fight on our hands. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see the players burn a bulk of their time on the next half dozen moves.
What does our community think about a Hikaru comeback right now? What are the odds, given the position that we have? We want you guys to get involved. Tell us, do you believe, and on that note, a move from Magnus, but tell us, do you think from here, from this position of strength as we see it, can Hikaru take the match to playoffs? David, we were talking about the king shift, the bishop development. The queen move was not something that I had in my mind, simply because it leaves a square for the white rook to eventually jump into on the back rank, given that queen does defend the rook, so that would perhaps get more of the trades that you were earlier talking about as Magnus's aim. Hikaru's ready with his response. Knight lands on that key square.
Great move, and one you called out earlier, Tanya, there's pressure now on this far advanced black knight. If it steps back, avoids the trade, it's not on a great circuit, the other white knight might jump forward. If it trades off, it will be replaced by a pawn. Let's just quickly put that on the board. Yes, it's an isolated pawn, but it is a potential future queen. A pawns are famous for being great kind of team members if they have a bishop on the long diagonal. They promote on that square, and black actually has a backward pawn that can be easily targeted now by rook, by knight. This is torture for Magnus if he trades knights. And I'm not sure how else to avoid this. You can maybe back up your knight, but that looks really ugly as well, leaving some backward pawns behind. Magnus does trade. Hikaru's going to get a very strong pawn on the edge of the board now. Okay.
And it's always pawn takes over rook takes.
Just creating imbalance feels correct. Also, taking with the pawn carves out a beautiful square for the white knight that can never be challenged then by a black pawn. That black pawn would be locked down if you do catch with the pawn. Taking with the rook does have some merit, though. Active rook. I wouldn't be totally shocked. I just think taking with the pawn, just switching things, changing things up slightly makes more sense. This pawn isn't... There we go. He takes with the pawn. The pawn on b4 was going nowhere. Might as well kind of transform it into a potential future queen now.
If this was a level match, I think Hikaru at this moment would have taken more time for this decision and perhaps even kept it more balanced with the rook trade, you know, kept it more symmetrical and closed the pawn formation. But that's not a luxury that he has here. Any small dynamic that he can create in this, that open line that eventually the white rook can land on now, will tie down Magnus's bishop to defending a pawn at the side of the board. An incredibly strong pawn taking control of dark squares, opening up a beautiful file for the rook. The one problem piece here for Hikaru might be the bishop. Queen beautifully placed, knight at the center of the board. And I think for Hikaru, the next plan, step 2 in this whole path of how do I give Magnus the biggest problem, is how does he get that bishop into the game?
Well, it's, again, not an easy question to answer, and Magnus has already evened up the time situation with that most recent move that he just made and perhaps created opening chances for Hikaru Nakamura in this one. Just before we step away for a very short break to give ourselves a quick breather before we dive back into the action, we're going to zoom out, take stock of the whole field. What are those heart rates looking like? Who's fluttering? And it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to be leading the pack when it comes to the heart rate. He as well has continued to push his advantage ever so slightly. Keimer and Caruana, they're actually pretty calm, cool, and collected given the fact that Keimer is absolutely up against the ropes. And then here are those accuracies. As you can see for Keimer, it doesn't look good. But I think all eyes are on Nakamura and Carlsen, 98% plus a piece. That's exactly what you want to see out of your final table. As we step away for a few short minutes, we're going to leave you back on that marquee matchup, the final table between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru has to get the victory here if he wants to extend it to a tiebreaker. We'll catch you back on the other side of this short break.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my freestyle chess masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient,
10, 9, ignition sequence start.
¿Te gustaría sentirte más cómodo mientras trabajas? Es hora de hacer el cambio que mereces. En Ofisillas tenemos modelos ergonómicos para mejorar tu salud y productividad. La mayoría de nuestras sillas son exclusivas. Pide tu presupuesto sin compromiso. Tenemos la silla que mejor se adapta a ti y a tus empleados. IVA deducible y entrega gratuita en 24 horas.
One of them was like fake cigarettes. So I had my theory for like what the smoke really is. I actually vividly remember telling him my theory. I was like, oh yeah, it's they're burning, and inside you're burning some kind of toxic waste. I probably had a theory that made the fake cigarettes far worse than real cigarettes. And then he was, oh yeah, of course.
Fabi, congratulations. You just won your first game against Vincent. That makes it 4 decisive games today. What was happening in there?
Yeah, it was a bit crazy. I mean, maybe my game was not so crazy, and I thought at some point we would be heading to a draw. But Jan's game was completely nuts. You know, I couldn't help but almost laugh when 94 showed up on the board. I did feel like maybe it's like Black is sacrificing all the pieces, but maybe it's just checkmate. And then, okay, 94, I guess, was desperation. I don't know if like he had to or if he had some other resource, but if he was taking the, like I was calculating, okay, he takes on d8 and then takes on g3, f3, queen h5, and then suddenly I spotted that like after, what was the move? After some move, he suddenly has bishop to f1. I think it was can't even remember. There was suddenly this bishop f1 and it was checkmate, and then I was like trying to figure everything out, and suddenly knight d4 comes on the board. Not a move I would even in a million years come to mind. But sometimes when you're in a desperate situation, you start to think about any possible candidate moves. And also Arjun's game was kind of bizarre from the start. Magnus, of course, had like a very strategically complex fight. He was got this knight on h6 and dark squares on the king side. Some very strategic long-term things, similar to what he was trying against me yesterday, to try to get like an eternal mating net. I thought all the games were very interesting. Maybe mine was the least interesting because it could have also, if he took on c6 instead of queen c7, I think it was just we make a draw. But queen c7 gave me some like small hopes. Okay, I'm still maybe fighting for something.
It cracked me up. You went into the confession booth early in the game and you said, everyone is playing pretty disastrously terribly. Do you feel the quality improved over the course of the day?
Yeah, the quality of my English definitely didn't improve. I don't know, because of course my kind of feeling at the start was, okay, Jan is just tilting and more or less sacrificing the whole game, and then he somehow conjured an attack and won. But like from the opening, I thought he should be losing normally. And Magnus's game, I don't know, maybe they played very well. It's also possible. It was very, very complex. I think our game was probably pretty decent up to a point, and it might have been one of those like relatively high accuracy games if he hadn't gone for queen c7, like kind of high accuracy draw. Then of course probably we made some mistakes in time trouble, but I think it's also pretty normal. And Arjun's game, I didn't have, like, I felt it's the least interesting at the beginning from all the games, and probably got interesting later when I couldn't even see what happened because I was already focused so much on my game.
Well, your own match is a very important one, as third place qualifies to the next event in Vegas with the win with the black pieces now in game one. You must be feeling confident before tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a very good situation. It's kind of reverse of our Wiesenhaus match. Maybe slightly better situation for me because he had to make a draw with black, which he did succeed, and I should make a draw with white, which hopefully I'll succeed. If not, I'll be a little bit embarrassed because normally classical with white you should be able to do this if you play normally.
Do you think any of the 4 players who lost today will strike back tomorrow?
I think yeah, we will have one. I hope not mine, but we will have at least one must-win game. Yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow. It's gonna be an exciting day. Fabi, congrats and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think I gotta mention the possible mating pattern here as well. Like there was one yesterday with queen takes g7 with a smothered mate in the opening that a lot of people were looking for. So when I noticed that now is, as I mentioned before, knight d4. If I do go g3, then d6 castles, bishop h3 is actually not a great move because of knight g5, and if he takes the rook, it's smaller mate with knight takes h7. And like to really hammer the point home, there's also a line that goes bishop f5 back, e3, threatening the knight, knight c2, attacking the queen, queen b1, and knight takes e3, and then queen takes f5, knight takes f5, knight takes h7, checkmate. Again, this is not going to happen, but it just goes to show how careful you have to be in some of these positions.
Arjun, congratulations. You just won game one against Maxime with the black pieces. Today we saw so many wild games. What do you think it was about the starting position?
Yeah, I saw today there were at least 2 black wins. Maybe one of the reasons is like it's a bit similar, like there were chances of it getting like a bit boring and normal. So maybe white players were trying to take some risks to keep it interesting, and maybe that was one of the reasons.
Fabiano went into the confessional early in the game and he said, most people today are playing terribly, disastrously chess. Was that your impression when you were in the playing hall in the early stages as well? Not just in your game, but in all games.
I was mainly focusing on mine because like after move one itself, like it got deviated from the other 3 boards. So I wasn't really keeping track of the others. And mine, I thought I was playing pretty well, at least till a point. Yeah, unless engine points out some clear mistakes, I would be quite happy with the way I played this game.
We just had Jan Nepomniachtchi here. He said, you know, it's very frustrating for these to play for places 5 to 8. But for you, do you still take some pleasure, or do you consider it a learning experience, or how do you see those matches?
Yeah, it is slightly disappointing to not be able to play for first, but it's also like practice for like other freestyle tournaments, and it's also like a lot of fun to play. So yeah, I wouldn't really call it frustrating.
It looks like you, I think, have qualified already for Vegas by rating. Is that a tournament you're looking forward to?
Yeah, of course.
Have you been to Vegas before?
No, I have been to US only once, in New York for the World Rapid Race.
Well, Arjun, it's been fantastic following your games here. Congrats again on today, and good luck for the last one tomorrow.
Thank you.
And note how Hikaru, he waited till Magnus ran off to the toilet, then instantly made his move. So he actually gained a couple of minutes on the clock there while Magnus was away from his seat.
Great strategy.
Yeah, I do that all the time as well. I must admit, any advantage, right?
As you should.
And he's about to resign.
And realization sets in. Here it is. The defensive mastery on display, of course, had to be given an opening. No! I said it at just the wrong moment.
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
What?
Does Magnus have an immediate knockout? Does Magnus Carlsen have a win right now?
What? He's got many.
Many wins.
My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess, and we're here to do some filming.
Ranked number 2 in the world, he stands out as one of the most intuitive and adaptable players in modern chess, a game that has been part of his life since his earliest childhood.
I was exposed to chess at a very young age, I would say about 6 years old. Both my brother and my stepfather play chess competitively, and I naturally became interested in the game, and I started playing in my first tournament at the age of 7.
As a 5-time US champion and a leading figure in the streaming world, he has been instrumental in popularizing chess online and introducing the game to a broader global audience.
It's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there.
Holding an ELO of 2,804, he takes pride in the path he's followed and the player he's become.
If I told myself 5 years ago I would be where I am now, I would never have believed it. So I think things happen for a reason, and I'm very happy with where I'm at, so I have no regrets.
His approach reflects a deep confidence in his experience and instinct, sharpened over years at the highest level of chess. His focus remains clear and grounded in the present moment as he looks ahead to new challenges like freestyle chess.
I haven't done any real preparation, but I still think that that's the great part about it, is that it's simply whoever comes with the best plans on the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's frustrating just to be making like kind of rash moves and blunders, but it is what it is. Like I would be more upset if, of course, if I didn't win, and of course if I was feeling better as well.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take 1.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissenhaus. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, He's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
I think that everyone's playing so far pretty disastrously terribly. Vincent already got worse on like move 4, I think maybe already slightly worse. But Magnus is like, I don't know, maybe just crushing already like b4, and besides cb, I'm not sure what Hikaru can think of. I guess d6 is the only other option, maybe knight b4. But it looks like he's going to have to fight very hard to not get crushed here. And Jan is just, I don't know, he's tilting hard, I guess, because it looks like he's just losing.
Hello, everybody. We're happy to be rejoining you right in the middle of the action here between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. We're going to get you to that board, and we're going to recap all of the moves that were in play as we stepped away. And so as it flies up onto our screens, I'm going to turn to the man to my right. Let's rewind. Help me out. How do we get to where we are now?
Let's do just that. We have had a few moves since we were last here. The biggest moment was seeing Hikaru Nakamura jump with his knight to the side of the board. We saw this exchange, the knights disappearing. Magnus trading on Hikaru's terms, we should mention. The white pawn, we talked about how strong it could be. And since that moment, Magnus has made 2 moves, but 2 very committal moves. He slid his king across, and a challenge in the center, to my eyes at least, very surprisingly met by a trade in the middle of the board. I thought Magnus would just block things up and the white queen will slide somewhere onto this line, apply some long-term pressure. Magnus wants clearly to clarify things. He wants to clear the board. He traded off pawns. That has been recaptured. Maybe White's knight could have leapt forward, taking this pawn back with the knight instead of bishop. But Hikaru has just played this move. Bishop takes pawn, level material, but now we should mention big weakness for Magnus long-term in the center, as well as this backward pawn that we talked about. So things are slowly starting to add up. It's just about whether they become something more tangible for Hikaru to hold on to in his winning attempts.
Some possible weaknesses here starting to come into play that Hikaru can target in the long term. Either way, though, don't want to oversell, the position here, but it's not over for Hikaru, to say the least.
This is the one position with the most potential to oversell, though, I will tell you that. Despite all the balance of material here, everything for Hikaru to play for. Now, if you're Magnus, we should mention one of the key defensive strategies is you want to trade the queens off the board, right? That could be an idea that comes to your mind. But I think that's quite a poisonous endgame that Magnus would be walking into, creating some weaknesses after that queen trade, and he avoids it. And maybe, David, you could show why that was an option that was not considered by Magnus, at least not for too long, as he goes for a bit of a more attacking, aggressive approach. Maybe next the knight jumps forward. Ideas of his own. I mean, I can already see makings of some mating threats along that square right next to the white king. A major lands there, it would be game over.
Yeah, Magnus showing his ambition here. We do say that the best form of defense is attack, but just to show the queen exchange, no safety if queens come off the board in this position. Firstly, because black has a new weakness in the center of the board that can be easily targeted by the white rook. The black rook might well just have to slide across and defend. But there are other weaknesses to stare down at. This knight will now totally dominate the black bishop, which is tied down defending this pawn, and the knight could switch focus coming back around for the pawn in the middle. Too many weaknesses here for black. This was unthinkable, so Magnus instead keeps the queens on. But watch out for him trying to later trade queens at a more favorable moment. And big decision for Hikaru, whether to kick this bishop out before it's too late. The white knight can step back to evict it, and maybe should step back before, as Tanya mentioned, for example, if you slide your rook, the black knight will come, hitting your bishop. If you remove this piece, the black queen will come, and suddenly we see threats of a queen sacrifice and a checkmate. The white king totally caged, actually, on this diagonal along this line. This would be terrifying. Hikaru needs to prevent this from happening. He has a small window of opportunity to repel the attack.
I think that's one of the things about the position that's interesting for me, right, is that the majority of Hikaru's pieces is still sitting on the left-hand side of the board. Obviously, queen's got long sight lines if she can get through that central pawn eventually, but at some point we got to mount an attack on that king, so it's going to maybe take some time for those pieces either to come across or take advantage of that now backwards pawn, right, that sits over there on the left-hand side of the board. But by doing so, maybe you're giving Magnus exactly the amount of time he needs, like you say, to create that counterattack and bring some counterplay to the table.
I like this strategy. Offense is the best defense. Magnus creating some big threats on the right side of the board, and there's no real healthy way for Hikaru to actually stop that knight from landing to that square, threatening some checks, getting rid of a key defender, lining up the queen and the rook next. I see the evaluation bar still prefers the strategic elements of this position for white. You've got a pawn weakness to target. You've got that open line, another pawn weakness that's easily target, a strong pawn of your own. The knight has beautiful squares. But Magnus's immediate threats, at least to me, feel quite powerful, and they're coming very quickly with tempo on the board.
They are very powerful, potentially. If Hikaru plays the move I was recommending, I should mention that Magnus, firstly, he doesn't necessarily need to retreat the bishop. He could just jump his knight forward anyway, but even if he does step back, at least in the process now, you've rendered the white knight slightly passive, and the black bishop could challenge its very strong counterpart in the center. Huge step in the right direction for Magnus Carlsen. You've basically said, you've gone back, you've lost a valuable move, I've gained time, and the attack idea's still in play.
Where would your human bar arm be at this moment, David?
In the middle, but ready to drop or raise at the smallest sign of a mistake from either player.
Okay, so a precarious position, still looking like it can go in any of three directions. Or I guess two directions, and one would be staying right where it is.
But that's the thing, even if it stays sort of around the equal line, right? It's every move could just change it drastically. It's such a rich position in tactics and strategic element. Yes, the computer, with its absolute brute force, can find the precise way for defending this position for both sides or putting the right kind of pressure. But again, that human element, the move with the heartbeat, it's very hard to get that going continuously for a series of moves to be accurate.
So far, we're considering that Magnus, or rather Hikaru, wants to kick that bishop out. You kind of had made the point earlier, David, there's nothing that necessitates it in this moment. So if we don't want to kind of afford Magnus that extra tempo by retreating the knight and softening it up, where else could we be looking?
I would actually be looking at a queen exchange as well. Do you want to trade queens here, Magnus Carlsen? That could be one big question. I think the probable answer is no. The black queen will actually slide across. The problem is this might actually help black, speed up black's attack. Other questions to ask here. It's not 100% easy. I don't think you just have time to go pawn hunting on the left flank. I think you need to stay very alert to your king position here, Tanya.
I was just about to walk into a big blunder. I wanted to make sure that knight doesn't move from there, so try and pin it and also put another pressure on the board on that weakness we highlighted by sliding the queen one step forward. I think the arrows show the right path of doing it, but if you were more ambitious in this position and tried to move it to the left side just one step, there's actually another big threat on the board. Again, geometry in chess. The queen slides in, there's an undefended piece. Loose pieces drop off. Well, there are three of them with a check on the board.
Yeah, that's a powerful move right there. Hikaru likely won't miss that one, so unlikely to see that one at play. And while we were away, Magnus Carlsen made what might be his final trip to the confessional booth here in this Grand Slam in Paris, France. Let's head there now.
My play over the last 6-7 moves or so hasn't been the most ambitious. And I think I definitely had some advantage at some point, but I mean, I've been steering the game more or less towards what we have now, which does give him like a little bit of long-term potential, but I think as for now my pieces are much too active, and there are some concrete lines now, like rook to e1 maybe is the most. No, rook to e1, queen f6, that doesn't work. I think, yeah, I think knight f2, knight g5, bishop h1, maybe queen f6, queen e3, then bishop f5 I think is quite clean, because the idea is that I'm threatening the pawn on c2, and if you're protected, then I can go knight to h3 check, which kind of exchanges off more pieces and removes kind of what intrigue there is left in the position. So I think for now I'm very comfortable, but we'll see.
Magnus feeling solid, comfortable in this position. He says he likes his piece activity and very much has his mind set on trying to remove more and more of those minor pieces from the board. Feels like he's somewhat setting it up in exactly that way right now.
Yeah, and the bishop going back the whole way. This was Hikaru's move while we were listening to that confessional. Tanya, that feels a bit wrong. Feels a bit odd. The bishop just came from that direction on the last move, and this could play into a variation that Magnus mentioned, the black queen sliding, the black knight coming, and it feels like Magnus very confident in his chances to hold, underplaying it, pretty much all risk factor in this position.
Magnus relying on piece play here to take care of the strategic weaknesses that he has, and I think we're going to see that, a shuffle of the move. Magnus was expecting first Hikaru to draw back with the knight and then fall back with the bishop, but we might land in the exact same position, and maybe we can just have that on the board. The most obvious move in the position. We've been talking about a key square for the attack, you know, that square right next to the white king. Line up the queen and the rook, and eventually forcing Hikaru's knight to try to block that file. And I believe it's been played, David. We've got queen to f6.
On the board.
On the board. And now Hikaru, he must fall back with the knight, hitting that bishop. And this is what Magnus had in mind, right? He wanted to go back to a square, which actually attacks, first come up with the knight, forward, defend the bishop, and once the queen slides over, this was his calculation, fall back with the bishop, attack a weak pawn with a threat, and Magnus was quite happy with his position. But David, did you see the bar actually thinks Hikaru is still doing...
1, 2, 3.
Nueva gama MG3 super equipada desde 13.990 euros. Tenerlo todo ya no cuesta tanto.
¿Sientes que tu perfil se está quedando atrás? En SDEN te ayudamos a impulsar tu carrera con nuestro programa de transformación digital. Un programa totalmente subvencionado con fondos europeos, para reforzar tu talento profesional. Lidera el cambio y ven a conocernos.
White pawn on h2. Back on this square, this would just be checkmate. The white king would have been caught, but now the white king has an escape square, so no more sacrifices. And actually attention turns towards this weak pawn in the near future. Still not edible yet because the black queen will come down the board, and there's still ideas of going after this backward pawn a bit later. Watch out for this white bishop, and again the a pawn teaming up. And we have moves. We have the knight retreat from Hikaru Nakamura.
Step one complete.
Yes. Everything Magnus sees happens on the board.
It always seems to.
Attacking the bishop, and he's ready with his response because, again, this is something that he's seen into the future and calculated. The knight jumps forward, defending that bishop. Taking that bishop is extremely dangerous. It feels like that would put your king in a very precarious situation.
Yeah, just to show that on the board, knight takes knight. You don't get checkmated here. The white king has an escape square by capturing the black knight. So this check looks deadly, but the king escapes. But yeah, maybe just retreating the black knight and now the threat of checkmate in one move. That just, yeah, looks terrifying. You talk to the bishop as well. You ask it how it's doing in the corner, and it is not a big fan of recent developments. So I don't think we'll see that move. Hikaru's reaching out for his queen, something we've seen in previous days.
Here it is.
There it is, the position from the confession booth.
All right, so following that line, right, the light squared bishop would slide back to the f5 square, targeting that weak pawn.
Do you think he blitzes it out, or does he pause and look for perhaps alternatives here, or does he just stick to what he's calculated?
Good question, because just leaving the computer to run for a while, that isn't one of the top 3 moves, at least on my slightly weaker engine.
Oh, but on my stronger one, you're correct. It's still not one of the top 3 moves.
Yeah, and there isn't a rush necessarily. I think Magnus is going to play it, you know. I think he's going to retreat because in a drawing mindset, when a draw is enough for you, you want to force the issue. That move comes with a threat. There's not many other moves that create a threat. This attacks a undefended pawn. It also creates the idea of the knight exchange. Other moves that come to mind would be just to pass, just to kind of move the black king, maybe
I don't
shuffle
want
the
to
black
pass,
rook up.
David Howell. I've got a move suggestion.
Ooh.
Can you move that e-pawn one step forward, LPDO, loose pieces drop off, watch out for that rook in the corner?
Ooh, interesting, interesting. Definitely possible. And the big question would be what happens if the white rook saves itself? Does black have a continuation? Because this pawn now slightly vulnerable. The bar doesn't react, so still thinks this is totally fine for black. Totally viable.
No time to give a check, because the knight needs to keep defending that bishop at the corner.
Yeah, knight check, white will take it, and next move the black bishop will fall. So this needs to be continued very energetically, although white isn't necessarily threatening to take this pawn. Is white threatening to take this pawn if black just does nothing?
You're going to get checkmated, right?
Yeah, because if the knight ever moves, whoops, queen comes down, checkmate, about to land.
Right.
Queen sacrifice. And likewise, if the bishop comes and takes this pawn, now you take with the knight, and the white...
Maybe you take the bishop.
Can queen take? No, oh, you just snag the bishop and you're still...
Too much down here. I forgot about this one, the black bishop. I can't see Magnus going for this, to be honest. Pushing the pawn... It is a very creative, kind of energetic move, but you need to be able to back it up somehow.
Not finding the follow-up.
Maybe it's just good, though. Maybe it's what he should be doing. Normally, once the momentum's on your side, you don't want to let up. Create threats, and things turn in your favor.
But notice how he hasn't rushed through this final move of the sequence that he mentioned in his confession. You know, everything else he played really quickly. And now he stops. So there are definitely some other options that are in his mind. To continue the pressure, sorry.
Do you think having confessed his sins now and said bishop f5, he feels compelled to follow through? Ooh. Some kind of moral obligation to back up his words to the world.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've been talking about the confessional booth as a useful tool for players, right? Just to verbalize their thoughts, talk through some ideas, you know, and switch up their environment just a little bit. I hadn't thought about it in that sense. You feel a sense of obligation to to live up to your confession. I think if any player would be willing to disavow one of his own lines of thinking, it would be the likes of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. He knows when to be dogmatic and when to switch things up, be a bit more flexible in his thinking. He does settle back. He might well invest 5-10 minutes and find a better move than retreating his bishop. The key here being not to allow the white h-pawn to step forward, give the white king some extra air to breathe.
When was the last time you guys were in a confession?
Never.
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 Not yet, at least.
No sense to confess.
Yeah, sure, don't close the door on anything in life, right?
Waiting for my deathbed, and then I'll just...
there you go.
I'll confess it all.
The secrets come out. I mean, to your point, David, I think a waiting move, right, is really just the other option if it's not going to be targeting a weakness of your opponent. So exactly as you're highlighting, maybe just the rook slides up, keeping it on the same file, king as well, and that pawn there on the right-hand side.
Another move Magnus could consider, if he's playing for tricks, this is what I would do in a blitz game. I would move my bishop somewhere else, maybe bring it all the way back home, because now if you advance your pawn with white, you walk into a tactic, queen takes knight, queen sacrifice again, and then you give a knight fork, and you win the piece back with dividends, with interest here. But of course, Magnus isn't just a trickster, and dropping the bishop back to a different square would allow white to maybe just cover any potential checks from the black knight, and it feels like a step in the wrong direction. But yeah, anyway, that's the difference between classical chess and blitz chess. You can play tricky moves like that, and the opponent, this might be a 50% chance they'll fall into it, but here he'll play a more objective move, most likely.
So if Magnus wasn't to continue with his plan, or actually even if he was, because that was the follow-up move, for Hikaru, is that rook sliding over, doubling up with the queen, attacking the center pawn that's weak, is that what he's aiming to do? Is that the next move that Hikaru wants to get in?
Probably.
Regardless of what black plays, actually.
Yeah, I think Hikaru, his next move will be a rook move, either towards the center or just one slide across. The problem is what next? Like, even if you slide the rook across, your white queen is tied down to defend its knight. At some point, you might have to just kind of shut your eyes and pray, take this bishop and move your king forward. It just feels like you're a bit stuck with white. That's why the waiting moves here might actually be Magnus's best bet. He's got to kind of spot and identify that Hikaru doesn't really have a threat, have a plan.
Right? The match demands that Hikaru is the one who plays for a win here. And so if you can just kind of cage him in, which is kind of what it feels like is beginning to happen, force your opponent down into this bottom right corner of the board, and then say to him, okay, find a way out, not just out, but all the way to the other side of the board and towards my king. That's a difficult task.
And both these players quite equally matched, right? Yes, they're, I don't know what exactly. Is Hikaru the only other player over 2,800 currently?
Yes.
World number 1 versus world number 2, the only 2 players over the 2,800 mark. David, if you're in such a situation, you know, as being our in-house resident super strong grandmaster.
Oh, thank you.
Long title. That's a good title right there.
We want that on the ticker next time.
That's what they call me on my birth certificate. Carry on.
So if you're playing this position against, let's say, a player of 2,700 strength, around the same rating as yours, how hopeful would you be of your chances with white having to make a comeback in this match?
It's difficult. I would definitely take white over black. I should start by saying that.
Oh.
I think Magnus's short-term attacks are easily fended off. They might be enough to equalize the position, trade off some pieces, but I don't think they'll ever be enough to checkmate white here, barring a blunder. So I would definitely take white. How optimistic I would be about winning this is a totally different matter. I feel like Magnus here probably finds a good way to just sit and do not much, and it's going to be hard for Nakamura to do anything. But I would feel more confident against players of a more dynamic nature who feel the urge to
do something,
to create something, to get impatient here. Against positional players who just sit and happily, slowly improve, I would feel less confident about converting any advantage Nakamura might have.
That's interesting perspective, though, because it kind of felt like we're beginning to, you know, spin the web, you know, of the tale in which Magnus Carlsen ends up holding this one in easy, quote-unquote easy fashion. Not that Hikaru would ever make it easy for him.
And I think if I were on the black side, I would lose to either Hikaru or Magnus here, because I would do something rash and impatient. And white's long-term advantages. We should mention it is white with the long-term advantages due to the isolated central pawn here for black and the backward pawn on the other side. 2 weaknesses in an endgame is enough. 1 weakness, sometimes you can hold. 2 is too much. So yeah, Magnus still definitely has to be the more careful of the 2.
And to me, that's so fascinating. Once again, you know, just Magnus's piece activity here looks so powerful optically, visually. You know, you've got the bishop, knight, queen, rook, all against the white king. And yet here it is, the bar completely agreeing with David here. You know, David's thoughts in this position that he'd want to pick white. Hikaru feeling obviously comfortable. I mean, he's barely sat in his chair. He's strolling around so much on the line today. Feeling comfortable, just knowing that there's nothing that's actually coming to the attack, but the long-term elements perhaps give something for white to play for.
Yeah, and I mean, it does look scary visually. I think in Blitz I would be terrified, but Classical, you kind of have time to work out that there's no threats. One thing I will mention, black has 4 attacking pieces. White also has 4 defenders right now, so it is just about enough to hold. Often that's, for those of you at home who are kind of newer to the game, who are trying to figure out whether your attack is deadly, if you have more attackers than defenders, often things work in your favor. The tricks will work for you, but here it's 4 versus 4 and kind of cancelling each other out for now.
So, realizing it's Magnus's move, one of the things we've been talking about, though, is Hikaru maybe bringing the rook all the way over to aid in the defense as well. But given what you just explained, 4 defenders, 4 attackers, can we unleash this rook to start trying to make a mess at the left-hand side of the board and really get that A-pawn marching?
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the agenda. That's why maybe just waiting and doing nothing, kind of using the black rook as a defender. It's a multi-purpose piece, the long-range ones. Just using the black rook as a defender, holding that side of the board. It's going to be very hard for white to use the rook alone. You could imagine a situation where Magnus, just to put a couple of moves on the board, puts his rook here, Hikaru shifts his rook, puts his king forward 1 square. This rook can't break down this pawn. If it had traded off, then it would have just been an equal exchange. And it's just like, how does white improve? Unclear. How does black improve? Equally unclear. Black just sits and waits with a pawn here, maybe. And it just feels like status quo will be maintained forever.
Yeah, you mentioned 4 attackers, 4 defenders, and I'm just wondering that last arrow that was on the board, could we include a 5th attacker? Well, Magnus does go for the move we were talking about.
Well, he thought long enough about it to find it.
Hits that rook, and the question is the follow-up, because that's where we struggled, right? The pawn moves one step forward, the queen's hitting the rook, no time to pick up that pawn at the center of the board. But what does Carlsen have in mind once the rook does slide over?
It's going to slide over. Remember, this white rook started this game. We see the starting position there of the white pieces at the bottom of our screens. The white rook started this game in the corner. The white bishop started this game in the corner. Everything else has pretty much moved. The white bishop has returned to its starting square, but yeah, we're expecting this rook slide. Hikaru frowning as he returns to the board. Yeah, the continuation is mysterious.
Yeah, and when I'd suggested this move, David, that was the feeling we had, right? With that, what actually happens. And Hikaru, I think he's slightly happy to see this move on the board as well. Perhaps feels it gives him a little bit of a chance there. Get that rook and ask Magnus, what does he have in mind after, with no knight check available? Are you going to go into an attack, try to centralize your queen? You know, Magnus, he loves to centralize your queen. And as I say that, there is a square that's been vacated by that pawn for perhaps the queen to move over at some point.
Yeah, maybe the black queen, if the white rook shifts, moves, maybe the black queen will go hunting on this side of the board. If that white pawn is eliminated, white's winning chances do somewhat dwindle, I'll say. Choice for Hikaru. He doesn't need to move it the whole way to the center. He could also just shift it one square, try to grab. Now it's like slightly less tempting, I would say, to use this square, because even if black does nothing, you cannot take this pawn. Just to mention, the other reason Magnus opened up this diagonal is because he has inroads into the white position, back rank. Catch here of the white king.
This is very committal by Magnus. That pawn that was just one where it came from, so difficult to get to that square, right? Because it's guarded, it's defended, the light square bishop can't attack it, the knight not being able to jump into activity. But now where it's moved into, you sort of just walked into the line of fire yourself. It's always going to be under pressure. You always have to watch out for it falling. So Magnus has to continue with a lot of momentum after this move.
Yeah, it's committal, but it does still feel so paralyzing to Hikaru's position. We've been looking at two different rook moves, just for my own curiosity. Blocking that queen with the c-pawn is not an option?
It's definitely an option. Okay. It's also fine, I think, and might well appear, if not now, then on the next few moves. Yeah. I think it's a three kind of way decision here. You step your pawn forward, you bring your rook across. More likely he moves this rook just because it feels like that's going to guarantee some kind of threats, or at least you're going to want to move that rook sooner or later. It's not 100% clear you're going to want to move the pawn. Probably you do at some point, but we will see. Magnus, he looks very focused, Tanya. It looks like he's not as relaxed as he earlier was, though.
Absolutely, and we saw Hikaru there almost making his move, but then pulls back. The ideal scenario for Hikaru in this game would be to have this sort of a dynamic as is, but force Magnus into long thinks over the next few moves to really get his clock down. You know, keep as many pieces on the board, whatever's left, don't trade anything, and then have those big decisions play out when Magnus has only a few minutes to respond. But right now, Magnus has those extra minutes on the clock. Hikaru, he almost looked like he threw his hands in the air, like, I can't find a way to keep this going.
Hikaru, he's done everything right. Like, Magnus even said it last 6-7 moves. That was actually a while ago, but last 6-7 moves, he wasn't playing the most ambitiously. And normally that does start a slight downward trend if you start playing passive moves, if you start playing moves that you don't feel are actually the best. And things can spiral, but Hikaru centralizes his rook. Hydrates.
There we go.
Always
stay hydrated, kids.
The rook comes on, right? And then again, consequences of a move. You leave that side pawn undefended. Magnus loves to get his queen to the center of the board. There are two attractive squares here. Both of them target that pawn on the left side. What does Hikaru have in mind for that move? Feels like the follow-up that you'd want to make.
Yeah, I'm especially attracted to this move for black somehow, just because you also give extra protection to this bishop. There was one line we showed a bit earlier where the white knight taking the bishop was a key motif. So giving the black bishop some extra defense does look very logical, multi-purpose move. I have a feeling this might be what Magnus goes for. As you mentioned, Tanya, he can also go to the center, but this feels to me slightly less kind of cohesive with black's whole position, because the queen is undefended on that square, although I can't see any way to take advantage of it.
Might also give time to actually snap up the central pawn. if you move it to that square, because you want the queen and the rook still lined up, paralyzing the white knight against the mate threat.
Yeah, now I'm starting to think it's going to be fizzling out.
The bar's coming down, the human bar. The arm's falling down, and there it is. Magnus Carlsen does go for the idea.
Okay. Multi-purpose. Pawns under threat. What are our defensive options here without, again, vacating too much of our defensive posture in front of our king? Is this where you have to force a trade with that bishop, or is still tricks in play where you can't move that knight?
So we definitely can't move the knight for now, unless we take on the edge of the board, but it does feel a bit scary to leave the white king sat in front of its bishop, trapping its own bishop here.
Yeah.
And no doubt there are going to be some traps on the board, maybe in the knight coming in with some checks at the very minimum, maybe something even better for black. So I don't think he'll move the knight, but taking this pawn, is that legal? Is that possible?
Definitely legal. I can answer that for you.
It's a legal move. But whether
is it good or not is the real question. You just take that bishop back, and
the white knight now has to take this bishop on the edge of the board not to get checkmated. And
still pretty balanced. You take the knight, white will take the knight at the center of the board. Everything under control.
Everything under control, but in a winning attempt, in a must-win situation, maybe black now throws the knight away. It's going to drop, sell it for the highest price, take a pawn, and if white recaptures that knight before it saves itself, this is just a dead drawn endgame. Queen and rook versus queen and rook, same number of pawns each. Both kings equally safe. That's not enough for Hikaru. Magnus bullying him with the just the ghost of some drawish endgames here.
And this is the point, right? Just not having that buffer, that draw is fine. How do you continue this game? And it comes down to that bishop a2, that one move, that one big mistake that Hikaru's made in this match yesterday. If that had gone another way, had he taken the pawn a draw, we would be singing praises for Hikaru, just the way he's kept things solid, almost forcing a tiebreaker. But the match situation.
Well, this is where I'd start asking the question of, we've been looking at a lot of the best moves in the position, right? But the reality is maybe Hikaru's best winning chance is not a best move in the position. Maybe it's something that's just minorly inaccurate, but that again changes the landscape of the board. I don't know if there are too many of those moves available to him because, again, he feels so claustrophobic and locked in to this bottom right corner. But typically, that's where I would look for okay, what's the best version of a question mark, that I can throw out there that just gives me a fighting chance?
Yeah, it's difficult. Normally those types of maybe dubious moves that kind of make the board a mess, those are in conjunction with some kind of attack against the opponent's king. Here, black's king is so far away from any of white's pieces, it's hard to make this a mess. It's become very technical, and that's something I mentioned earlier. Technical is both of their strengths. But yeah, you can't win this game by playing into Magnus's strengths, even if it is your own.
And Magnus, after a while, actually gets up from his chair. So, he feels he's gotten everything under control with the piece activity that he has, the threats that he's created, dangers behind him. All those strategic points don't matter simply because the momentum of black's pieces close to the white king. He's the one coming in with a threat on the board. I think Magnus Carlsen is feeling very comfortable about his chances of taking his first slam right now.
As he should be. He's been in near top form, if not top form, this entire tournament long. Again, with an incredible showing first out of the round robin, and then blowing through opponents on his way here to the finals.
All right, so black is threatening. Magnus wants to take the pawn, right? Bringing your rook back, that can't be part of Hikaru's strategy. It's exactly the square where it came from. At least Magnus can repeat that position, if nothing else. How else can you defend this pawn? I'm trying to look for squares. You'd have to move the queen, but you've got to stay connected to the white knight as well.
Yeah, you can move the white queen up the board. Just to mention, this is me putting pieces on the board. We might see the bar drop in a second. Okay, it doesn't drop that much. Just defending this pawn, still defending the knight. I was going to say this looks horrible because black could sever the connection between the queen and its knight, but apparently this is still fine. Maybe you drop your queen back with a check, and then you slide back across and do some geometry.
That is amazing. And you blocked the attack of the black queen against the white pawn along the way, but never happening.
That's super fun.
This is super fun, but this is not what is going to appear on the board.
Just draw a triangle because I like my geometry.
That's beautiful.
the right angle.
I mean, that queen to b3, just checking square, that could be a valuable resource at some point, just as a pit stop along the way to somewhere else, but it in and of itself does not defend that pawn.
And black's rook will also block the check, defending this pawn, just in case white ever wants to go pawn hunting.
What are the chances that Hikaru does fall back with the rook? Will Magnus repeat the position? Will he put the pressure on by sliding his queen back? Or does he go for more? Does he put the pressure on?
Well, Hikaru will have essentially lost 2 moves, and the black queen's probably just better where she is now than where she was 1 move ago. I agree, Hikaru might just need to bring his rook across, but very unclear what comes next for Hikaru Nakamura if Magnus just waits.
Well, what about if we accept that that pawn is lost? I realize that's probably not the right play to begin with, but if we accept that that pawn is lost and know that the queen is at least going to have to make that long trip to the other side of the board, can we make any gains in the meantime?
So tough.
So tough. Process of elimination here. The white knight can barely move without taking this bishop. The white bishop in the corner is just totally stuck. The white rook has just come here. The white queen is tied down defending her knight, so it's just hard to find options.
Keep coming back to more of the same here.
I have a feeling Hikaru actually just gives up his winning chances in a few moves' time. If he can't find anything now, he's dropping down to around 20 minutes.
He might be giving it up right now as we're talking. I mean, the clock has to be one of...
A veces solo necesitamos un pequeño impulso para avanzar. Uno que empuje tus sueños y el futuro de todos. Que haga de tu idea el proyecto de muchos. O que al ayudarte a ti, cuide también a los tuyos. Un pequeño impulso que cambie tu mundo para cambiar el nuestro. Porque nada es pequeño si el impacto es grande. Por eso, en Microbank, el banco social de CaixaBank, estamos cerca de las personas, impulsando un cambio positivo en sus vidas y en la de todos. Microbank, financiación con impacto social.
No necesitas auriculares para cancelar el ruido, ni medallas para sentir que estás ganando. Solo tienes que moverte. ASICS. Sound Mind, Sound Body.
His bishop, and then retreating it all the way into the corner. It felt like he stepped one way, then stepped back, lost 2 moves for free. He could have the same dynamic, just essentially 2 moves up. And if we fast forward to the current position again, we see this bishop still locked in the corner. Bishops do not want to be stuck like this.
Which is so wild, because in the end, right, the pawn is still picked up, right? In either case, in any of those different variations that you've shown, Hikaru does manage to snag the pawn, but taking it in the way that he did somehow has landed him in a dire position, dire straits.
Yeah, at least in terms of his winning chances. Right. He still maintained the balance here, Hikaru, but that's just not enough. And it's just so surprising to me, because the more ambitious moves were to jump forward with the knight, retreating, that strategy rarely works in must-win situations.
And that's the thing, it's the context of the match, right? Not just this game. You're holding, a very even drawish position against Magnus Carlsen. If this was day 1, you'd be very happy to maybe pilot this one to that draw and go into the next day even, but that's not an option to you this time around.
But it might be too late to do actually anything else in this position, Hikaru did try, he did create those imbalances, but just not enough. You know Magnus best, David. Do you think, given the position that he has, is he already thinking about the after party later?
Well, maybe. I think he's already in his mind very, very, very confident that he's going to win this match. I don't think he's thinking about the after party, maybe more worried about his winner's speech and a few steps along the way. But
thinking about the golf he's going to get in tomorrow.
Exactly. Thinking about visiting the Eiffel Tower or Disneyland tomorrow or whatever. But yeah, I think in his mind, Magnus, we heard it in the confessional, he was not stressed at all. Even though he has these weaknesses as black, this pawn that might drop off long term, a backward pawn on the other side, he knows he's playing energetically enough to balance out all those factors. And I don't think he has lost these types of positions many times in his career. That's the thing, especially because it's so technical. His opponent is so frozen.
And that's such an instructive approach, right? You need only a draw. You could very well go on the defense, try to keep things under control. But Magnus, he believed in his piece activity. Instead, he completely went on the offense on the right side of the board while Hikaru was focused on the other flank. And it's definitely paying dividends right now. He's got Hikaru on the ropes. Nothing's wrong, but Hikaru has to find a way to keep the game going.
Yeah, eye on the prize here is Magnus Carlsen, and like you say, just calling his shots every step of the way. All 3 times in the confessional booth, it seems what he explained to us pretty soon after would occur on the board, so no surprises in store yet here has Hikaru Nakamura for his opponent. Magnus even considering, okay, maybe another lap around the arena.
It's the 4th time he's done it in the last 10 minutes.
Yes, I mean, look at Hikaru. This is starting to feel more and more like the endings of the game from yesterday, right? Where he's again searching and searching and searching for answers and realizing ever so slowly that maybe there are no answers to be found.
And that expression number 18, we've seen that before by Hikaru Nakamura. You know, it's that moment when he realizes the position has lost that fire which he was looking for, which he was dreaming for, and felt like it was just there in his reach. But it's kind of extinguished at the moment. And I wonder if he'll just go like, I'm going to bring my rook back, and then...
He was reaching for his queen, or he's reaching for the black pawn. He's reaching for the black pawn, but this is going to surely guarantee a draw. We've actually shown this variation. Magnus can pretty much force it here and now.
Oh. And you can see how dissatisfied Hikaru is with having to make that move.
Yeah, that was a reluctant move. The best move probably was to bring the white rook back, but that in itself, not fun, having just made the journey from that square. Also, what next? That would have been a big question. But now we've mentioned that Magnus can just eliminate this bishop. Hikaru cannot retake on that square. Hikaru will need to take this black bishop, but everything's just fizzling out. The whole board is about to clear up.
I think these are the last few moments of the Slam Championship match. All the minors coming off the board, only the queen and the rook dynamic. This is almost like a draw offer by Hikaru.
Somewhat. I mean, I have to imagine he'll still fight tooth and nail with every ounce he's got left. Let's not forget, there's a big difference here between first and second place.
He needs a miracle now, Hikaru. He needs Magnus to just blunder. It's that simple. He needs Magnus to have a blind spot.
Yeah, but now you're looking at the time again, right? You're going back to that point you were making, Tanya. Perhaps that could have been a weapon for Hikaru if he managed to put Magnus in time trouble around this point in the game, but that's just not the case. Over a half hour still left to work with here for Magnus Carlsen, plus 30 seconds per move.
I mean, if anyone, it's Magnus, right, who can use that as a weapon, and he's about to make his move, about to grab the bishop, the line that we saw where eventually black will also pick up the pawn once Hikaru's made his move, and you've got a 4 versus 4 coming up next with just the queens and the rook remaining. There's nothing to fight for. In fact, it will be Magnus's queen and rook, which will be more active in that position.
Yeah, we should mention now, Magnus only has 1 move to keep the balance, but it is quite an obvious move, at this high level at least. The white knight is en prise, as we would say in chess. That means it's attacked. You can pick it up at will. But taking this knight now would drop the black knight in the center of the board, and white has a 1-pawn advantage. This looks great for Hikaru. So if the black knight is going to drop anyway, then selling it for the highest possible price is the best option. I think we'll see Magnus play this move any second. He looks ready to play. You can take this pawn in the process, threatening a nasty knight fork. And now, if the black knight is captured, only then do you take the white knight. And once the dust has settled, it's level material, very drawish. Magnus, of course, has played the best move, finds it instantly. This is heading towards a draw now for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, there you have it. An exclamation point given to both players because they're finding the perfect moves that the engine likes to get towards that equivalent position. But like we said, Hikaru Nakamura is no engine. He needs more than zeros in this one. He needs to take a victory. And as more and more pieces look to be falling off the board, the tools in his toolkit get worse and worse.
And Hikaru's done nothing wrong in this game.
That's the thing.
He's played, actually, Incredibly strong chess, creating chances against Magnus Carlsen. But just asking for a big win against the world #1 is perhaps asking for too much, and I think Magnus Carlsen is about to win his first slam.
Any other day of the week, this is a game you would love to play against Magnus Carlsen. You would come away happy with the result that you're about to arrive to in this one. I'll just call out for everybody at home as well. They are currently both at 98% accuracy, so there's just about no better that either of them could have played in this game, and that's the thing. On the day, Magnus Carlsen is in his best form, Hikaru as well, but it's about what happened yesterday that ultimately will look to be the decider in this final.
Yeah.
But Hikaru, he keeps going. He's not giving up just yet. Had he picked up that knight, that would be game over, match over, championship over on the spot. Hikaru gets the knight to the middle of the board, and now Magnus's knight has to find a good square, you know, and there aren't so many to fall back on. The center square not available. If you move towards the left side, you can land up in a disastrous spin along the diagonal. Bar still level. How careful does Magnus need to be on this move?
He doesn't need to be too careful. Luckily for Magnus, there are multiple ways to save this knight. Going back is actually totally fine. Probably not the most accurate, but I wouldn't be surprised if, there we go, Magnus attacks the white knight. I was going to say, this is the most forcing by far calculation. You always look for checks first. There were no good checks. You look for captures next. There were no good captures. Next, you look for threats. And this white knight is threatened. If it ever moves anywhere, black lands a deadly fork, hitting the king, hitting the rook. This is just game over. So the knight cannot move. That means you have to take the black knight. Then the white knight will fall, and same problem. 4 pawns each, only queens and rooks, totally dead level. Magnus is putting it in the bank now.
He's putting on the finishing touches, right, in such a brilliant way, too. Again, for as much of an impressive performance this has been from Hikaru as he tries to strike back on day 2, it's been as impressive here for Magnus to kind of just play it near perfectly from end to end.
It's been about the details, right, for Magnus here. I mean, you can go on a passive defense or you can go on an aggressive one. And I think he spoke about the peace activity. He continues that story. He doesn't think about retreating. He's going for the most direct forced option. And there we see the only remaining minors are off the board. A queen and a rook dynamic. Equal number of pawns. One more about to be traded. Magnus Carlsen moments away from winning the Paris Slam.
Oh, Hikaru's reaching for the pawn. We will see a queen trade. It's going to be a handshake any moment now. They're just going to go through the motions here. Once queens come off the board, rook endgames, with their drawish tendency, this one is going to be locked down and in the bank for Hikaru, for Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru, he's not even taking his hand off the pen. He's ready to sign the score sheets. It's going to be a draw very soon.
The checkered flag is waving over the checkered board right now. Magnus Carlsen cruising to victory with the queen trade. There they go, off the board.
Black rook is coming in to restore the material balance, win the pawn back.
And if anything, it's Hikaru's pawns that are going to be a big weakness. Absolutely nothing to fight for. And I think it could be now that they'll have a bit of an eye contact, a draw offer made. Magnus, he's going to step up with his king and then use the rook laterally to defend the pawns. Look at the way the moves are coming in fast and quick. Confident of a hold here.
Yeah, rook and 3 pawns apiece here. And again, so much time on the clock for both players, but we've already whittled our way down to such an endgame that there is no real time trouble for maybe a mistake to be made like happened just yesterday.
This is move 36. There are no draw offers allowed until move 40. So it's just a matter of time. 4 more moves that this game will last before Magnus Carlsen is able to boast of this Grand Slam title.
Looking to crown himself the 2nd Grand Slam winner of the year 2025 here in Paris, France.
It might even happen before move 40. Both players, you know, the realization on them. For Magnus, he's fought for it. He's dreamt of it. Didn't happen in Weissenhaus. Missed it. You could see it, how much he wanted it. And finally, it's about to happen here.
Rook slides over.
Just defend that pawn. You could also do it with your own rook. Or get the king closer to it. No bad moves in this position for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, even if you blunder a pawn, you're probably still fine with a draw. But of course, Magnus defends his pawn right now. We will see The white rook either give the black king a check or go pawn hunting on the other side of the board. The problem is the black rook, too active as well, will also be able to hunt down some pawns. This board is totally clearing up now. It feels like Hikaru, these days, he just doesn't have that same fire, that hunger that he did for chaos. When he was younger, when he broke into the world top 10, top 20, he was just a firebrand, attack, attack, attack. Now it's just about grinding opponents down in an endgame, and that's impossible to do against Magnus. That's the one area where Magnus is better than all. Unfortunately for Hikaru, the strengths just overlapping each other, and Magnus is just that 5%, that maybe even less, that 1% better.
Exactly. I mean, this is a perfect display of how, you know, close these two players are in skill level and ability.
A check. We might see a repetition right now with with Magnus falling back with his king, attacking the rook. Hikaru giving up on his chances. Doesn't even do that. You want to play? I'm ready for a game.
Yeah, no repetition at play just yet. And still we edge closer to that 40th move, the possible draw offer, to bring this game to a conclusion.
He knows it.
Magnus was checking the score sheet there. Not ready to offer the draw yet, but only 2 moves time. Same for Hikaru, looks at the score sheet. This is move 38. We're expecting 2 moves each, and then the handshake, then the draw. Wow, what a game. It feels like a missed chance again for Nakamura. He played so well, just maybe one decision to retreat a piece earlier, just losing that valuable move. You don't get many chances against Magnus. He created a half chance, I'm going to say, but couldn't capitalize on that.
No regrets for, I think, Hikaru in this game as big as the one from yesterday. I think when he looks back at this match, it will come down to that one moment.
Yeah, you are exactly right. If anything will be replayed, it is that first day of the finals. He was done no favors by the position lottery, right? And still, he did his best to create some winning chances. Maybe once or twice in this one. Was there an opening? But either way, Magnus is playing to near perfection. Rooks find new targets. More pawns will fall off the board. We inch ever closer to our next champion here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
And there you have it. Draw offered. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam, and there it is.
He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
And not too much chat from the players. Brief congratulations from the arbiter, Hikaru as well, offering his sign of respect to Magnus there, but ultimately it was a very level game. Magnus, well deserved.
So well deserved. So well deserved. We had talked about him exiting Weisenhaus in 3rd place and what kind of form he would return. You know, more motivated than ever to regain that top spot and solidify himself as one of the best and the one to beat in this format. He returns to the very next Grand Slam and does just that.
Fought for it, earned it, and owned it. Just a run in the round robin, every single clash in the quarterfinals against Nordebeg, then taking down Fabiano Caruana, his longtime rival, and now the world #2, not even needing a tiebreaker. Just one mistake by Hikaru Nakamura, and that was enough for the world #1 as he gets congratulated by Jan Buettner to fulfill the dream. That's a happy Magnus in front of you.
That's a happy Magnus. That's a cool $200,000 in his pocket and 25 circuit points as well. Well, that's a strut. That's the strut of a winner right there, and a very well-deserved one.
Yeah, topping the round robin, or at least joint first there, and yeah, it's just so smooth in the knockouts. It felt like he still had several gears to go up if he needed, but he got the job done. He did what was necessary.
Ever the professional diving into the interview area. As soon as that interview happens, we'll be sure to get a quick word from him. Here are some of those top moments from the game. It was Hikaru who tried as best he could that early B4 push from the white side. What could he create in terms of winning chances? But Magnus just didn't give him many. An absolute brick wall that Hikaru had to try and bulldoze through.
Moral of the story, having to win on demand against Magnus Carlsen. is almost impossible, regardless of the form you show up in. It's just been amazing. I mean, if we look back at Magnus's journey in this match, not a single tiebreaker in the knockouts.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we jump into the third place match, and this is about to finish. Fabiano Caruana has a totally winning position, but he can force a draw on the spot. And look at this. Fabiano's looking around for the arbiter. I think he's about to claim a threefold repetition. If the white queen steps back one square forward and gives a check, the position will repeat itself. A draw is enough. He doesn't need to win, Fabiano. He's about to clinch third place.
Yeah, just checking in. Important to note, same thing. They're not on move 40, so it would have to be by repetition that they accept this draw. Players getting that confirmation from the arbiters before we can bring this one to an official close. But again, the rematch of the 2025 Wiesenhaus Grand Final between Fabiano and Vincent Keimer. This time, shoes on the other foot. It was Fabiano who came into day two with the lead, just needing that draw. They do get permission for it. The handshakes are extended. And third place, a ticket to Vegas as well, goes to Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, we'll see him next time. We'll see him there in Vegas. Great performance. If he wanted to, he could have played on. We should mention in the final position, White had a queen for a rook and a knight, a totally winning endgame in sight, but he wanted it in the bank. He wanted to secure victory. And for Vincent Keimer, another day, another frustrating day, not quite at the levels we've come to expect from him. But either way, fourth place, not too shabby.
And hey, you know, we can only say that about Vincent because of how much he's impressed us in this format up to this point, right? Again, maybe somebody totally discounted prior to February of this very year. And in 2 months' time, he's already been talked about as a titan of this freestyle format.
He's raised the bar for himself, right? All the expectations that are built around him is because of his own performance. For Fabiano Caruana, you know, he gets that grudge match in against Vincent Keimer, gets the 100K, gets the tour points, books his spot. He's got reasons to be proud of his performance. Lost that to Magnus Carlsen in the semi-finals, but hey, still a great tournament.
And here we see Fabiano leaving the arena, and hopefully we'll hear some words from him. But that leaves us with 2 matches ongoing.
Yeah, getting some much-deserved congratulations from the gallery, putting on an impressive display of chess, just reflecting on his entire journey in this tournament alone. 3 losses out the gate in the round robin. That could be so easily mentally dooming, you know, for a number of players, and yet he didn't let it affect him. He came back with 2.5 points out of that first day, got it done in the rest of the round robin. A little help from Hikaru in the end there to get into the knockout stages, but then he really turned it on.
In the round robin, it almost felt that Fabi did everything that he could to not qualify. And yet here he is, 3rd place. Beautiful match against Vincent Keimer. And here's Arjun Argaisi. Can he put the finishing touches in his match against Maxime? Looks like he's managed to create some chances, Maxime.
Yeah, this is looking a little different than the last time we were here. So maybe we walk it back, because earlier on it looked like Arjun had ever so slight advantages throughout the game. And somehow MVL, he's bought himself life in this one again, still needing the full victory here to get it over the line and extended tie breaks.
Yeah, we'll break down the current position in a while. Both sides still have a lot of time on the clock. But let's backtrack till the last moment we were here, and it was a chaotic middle game. We were talking about the White Knight coming in, delivering some nasty checks. Arjun maybe should not have rushed with this knight jump. We see it did leap into the center of the board, given a question mark by the computer. Of course, difficult in such a chaotic position to find the best moves. This was met by a rook slide, hitting the white queen, gaining a bit of time. The queen slid forward. A bad choice, apparently, from Arjun, and this was actually the root of all trouble for him. He allowed the black knight to come forward, hitting the queen with gain of time, also defending the important checking square that the white knight wanted to use. Yes, the white queen could grab a pawn, but maybe Arjun Erigaisi had forgotten that the black king could castle out of danger. Again, maybe not the best move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but momentum-wise, switching things up on white, no more attack. And to catch up with the current game, the white bishop leapt forward, utilizing a pin. This looks scary until you see the counterattack, rook into the corner here, attacking the white queen. And the queens very quickly disappeared from the board. The game continued, rook takes pawn, an inaccuracy there. The white bishop kicked back. And around here, Arjun Erigaisi seemed to lose the thread a bit, giving a check, trading off pieces. But this move now, breaking the white pawn structure around the white king, and a trade of this bishop in the corner. Just to mention, this would have landed a nasty fork. The rook hit, the bishop hit. This was unthinkable. So Arjun, yeah, perhaps missing a few things along the way, it feels like. Miscalculations. And we catch up with the current game position. The material balance actually is up a pawn for black, or it looks up a pawn for black because white has some horrible double pawns in his position.
We continue to follow the action on the remaining boards while following the action of your tournament champion there. You can see in the bottom right of your screen, Magnus Carlsen, you know, ever so the entertainer, taking an opportunity to talk to the fans and those who were in attendance here to watch it all happen live.
This tournament has just proven that challenges are Magnus Carlsen's biggest motivator. What happened in Weissenhaus and where that left him, the whole journey, having to fight for third place at the end of it, doing it. But of course, again, coming back to the conversation on day one, anything less than championship was trash for this guy. And he proved it every single game along the way. Fighting against the absolute best, his biggest rivals in the world, and yet doing it in crushing manner.
Well, I know myself and everyone else wants to hear from Magnus coming off of that, you know, conclusion to what is his first victory here on the circuit in 2025. Just a moment ago, he did dive into that interview area and give us a quick word following his championship run here against Hikaru Nakamura. Let's take a look.
Magnus, this seemed like quite the convincing safety game with black, am I right?
Yeah, I felt like I never really gave him any chances. I really liked the position that I got out of the opening. It seemed very, very sound and solid, and it seemed that he was kind of struggling to find the way after that. I didn't quite try and get the maximum out of the position that I had, which I think was a little bit better for me. I was more trying to be safe, liquidate, and I think I did a good job staying active and sort of forcing him to trade more pieces and go for a draw.
How much fun are you having playing freestyle chess compared to the other formats these days?
You know, no kind of chess is that much fun when you're not feeling great, but apart from that, going to the board to play freestyle compared to classical is just, yeah, it's a completely different feeling. There's more of a childish joy of just playing chess rather than being worried about openings, rating points, and all of those things that are important but don't necessarily equate joy.
And a more grown-up Magnus, he kind of goes for these childish joy-type situations rather than the adult ones, right?
I want to win as well, but I think you want to be reminded as to why you started playing chess early on, and I am reminded of that when I sit down for a freestyle game.
And we are reminded of how good you are in chess, Magnus. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
You know, what an absolutely beautiful sentiment. You know, chess is a tough enough game as is. It's even harder when you're not feeling your tip top, as he mentioned, in respect to all of our competitors who at different times throughout the tournament haven't maybe been feeling their best selves and still have managed to come in and put up some of the best chess that the world has to offer. But as he says there at the end, it's nice to be reminded why you fell in love with this game to begin with, and sometimes freestyle chess provides you more opportunities to realize that because of the fact that so much is unknown.
And it's all on the board, you know. It doesn't matter how much you're prepared, your memorized lines, how deep your prep. Taken Magnus's motivation away from 518, where he feels.
Go! Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza, se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado! Con el comisario que casi se lo lleva la bandera. Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera! Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera! Ahora buscar un adelantamiento es que te puede llevar más afuera que adentro, ¿eh?
Ya estamos.
Sí, ya estamos, porque esta es la parte final del circuito, no tengáis dudas, ¿eh? No tengáis dudas, Marc Márquez tiene muy claro el reglamento. Se lo sabe de memoria, sobre todo la página 81, el artículo 1.28.5, que dice que el ganador de la carrera se lleva 25 puntos. Y los consigue Marc Márquez con la cabeza. Se señala la cabeza. Ha sido una victoria de gestión, claro que sí, ahí está. José Lu dando el banderazo a Marc Márquez. ¡Ay, cuidado con el comisario, que casi se lo lleva la bandera!
Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado. Muchos cambios de posición. ¿Hay algo en este circuito que haga que se hagan muy buenas carreras de GP? A ver, ¿quieres que te hable con honestidad? Depende de la estrategia del piloto más rápido sobre la pista. Quiero decir, si el piloto más rápido frena la carrera, hay más carrera de grupo. Si es como la carrera de ayer del sprint, donde estaba empujando y tirando desde el principio, pues entonces la distancia es mayor. Hoy he desacelerado en las primeras vueltas y entonces he tenido un gran grupo detrás de mí, pero era mi estrategia y hoy he mantenido la calma porque durante el fin de semana, de manera inesperada para mí, porque no olvidemos que estamos en Qatar, inesperadamente para mí, yo hoy he sido el más rápido ahí fuera de la pista. Maverick, ¿quieres opinar? No, no demasiado.
Muy buenas y bienvenidos a Yo no soy boomer. La queso Fringe, todo.
¿Qué has dicho?
Todas las palabras de la invitada.
Oye, ha dicho la Rayo McQueen, ha dicho todo.
Besis.
Besis de
Goodbye.
¿No? Bueno, cuarto capítulo de esta primera temporada. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo lleváis la fama? ¿Os paran mucho por la calle? ¿Os han pedido una foto?
La fama ha pasado, porque yo no la he visto.
No, es más el FOMO, ¿no?
Totalmente.
Oye, 4 capítulos, tío.
Muy heavy.
4 como una nueva esperanza
como
de Star
los
Wars.
4 mosqueteros.
Como Tokyo Drive. La cuarta a todo gas. Como Mujercitas, que eran 4.
O como los 4 fantásticos.
Todo.
Nosotros
todo lo bueno tiene
somos
4.
5.
Pero en este caso
es verdad.
somos 5.
Porque tenemos un invitada.
Sorpresa.
Llámalo X.
¿Puedes decir algo?
Pues nada, que es que me estaba sintiendo mal porque no me estabais contando. Yo aquí 4, hola.
Perdón, ¿eh?
Le estábamos haciendo ghosting en directo, en real life.
Tenemos a alguien muy especial. Tenemos a alguien que pasó de trabajar como enfermera a ser una de las mayores TikTokers, influencers con más talento que hay a nivel nacional.
Toma.
¿Vale? Con casi más de 2 millones de seguidores, ¿no?
No, menos.
Menos, no. Pues yo te pongo más si hace falta porque te lo mereces.
Ojalá, llevo
¿sabes?
estancadísimo.
Es actriz, es influencer, lo tiene todo. Hoy tenemos a la gran Mariona Casas.
¡Ay! Es verdad, no hemos dicho...
¡Desmovilización!
Bueno, es que ya...
¡Hostia!
Ha sido no sé cómo
más
se dice
épica,
ya.
¿eh?
Más épica.
La desboomerización
Es que ya,
más
como es el
épica.
cuarto capítulo, la tecnología avanza mucho,
Claro.
ya
Claro.
solo cuando lo digas se debuumeriza sola.
Y la gente viene con más emoción, yo
Claro.
creo. ¿sabes?
Y hemos puesto electroshocks en la silla. O sea, que también hay un...
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. ¿Emocionada?
Sí, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad.
¿Cómo te sientes de estar aquí?
Pues tranquila, porque es eso, sois gamberrillos.
Es que nos has dicho antes que estaba tranquila porque como somos muy gamberros...
Muy gamberros, sí, no veo, o sea, profesionalidad ante todo, obviamente, pero que lo veo muy cercano.
Muy guay.
Profesionalidad,
Sí,
eso que...
claro, o sea, sé que no me vais a preguntar ni de matemáticas ni de geografía.
No lo sabemos.
Aquí eso no hay.
De historia de...
Pero no hay cultura en este podcast.
Perfecto.
Oye, Tony, ¿verdad que tú tenías una preguntita inicial?
La primera de todas, Mariona. ¿Tú te consideras boomer?
No.
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 No me gusta que ponga cara de asco.
Está dudando.
Tengo mis momentos. Por ejemplo, escucho la radio.
¡Ojo!
Soy de esas.
Pero que la radio no es de boomer.
Sí que lo es.
¿Cómo que la radio es de boomer?
Sí que lo es. No, sí que lo es. El otro día estaba...
Arroba policía, ¿sabes?
No, el otro día estaba diciendo... No, porque en el otro día escuché en la radio... Porque en verdad te da como un montón de factos, de datos curiosos que dices, ostras, pues el otro día escuché por la radio y ya esa frase la gente te mira como...
Y quedas como súper moderna, ¿no?
Pero no
Escuchado
vale.
en la radio.
Pero a ver.
Pero la radio,
voy a
hay
hacer
música, ¿no? En la radio, ¿o es solo gente hablando?
No,
Entonces
Tú en el
picando.
coche no escuchas la radio. O sea, a veces dices, mira, voy a escuchar la radio en el coche. Ya no te digo en tu casa. ¿No escuchas la radio?